and I'm muted the entire time. Like I said, okay. Just checking one thing. I'm getting a little notification from one of my stream settings. See if I can tweak that mid-stream. I have no idea if we'd have to actually start over or not. If we start over, I'm not going to do the whole pre-roll thing. We'll get right back into it. Still getting used to the whole dual streaming setup here. They might have just broken the stream on YouTube side. I'm not sure. All right, so I think that fixes it. I'm still getting used to that. My apologies. It's because the fact that YouTube and Twitch use very different settings. So getting all of the little numbers all tweaked properly is always a trick. Bit of a task to try and get all straightened out and everything like that. And I thought I had it all worked out, but it turns out I didn't. So what are you gonna do? Hopefully that should clean things up on the YouTube side. But yeah, we are finally getting into Final Fantasy XIII, which, so be told, is the reason I started doing this whole playthrough. It actually started with me way back in the day, back when we started this, like 5 years ago now. I originally said I wanted to play through. I was trying to think of things to stream, and I was thinking of the fact that I am a big fan of the 13 trilogy. I have been for a very long time. Not initially when I first played it, but we'll get into that. But I am a big fan of it, and I was like, I'd love to make my argument to the world. Like, replay through it, point out what I saw, what resonated with me, what I saw that I saw other people just passing over or ignoring or not necessarily noticing. Uh-oh, YouTube is not receiving something? Why is the stream setting, why is it poor? That's a brand new one. That's weird. Okay, well maybe I'll go back to the old setting then. I'm not sure. Because it's right now, it's definitely showing the wrong things, wrong info. But yeah, I kicked up the bitrate like it wanted. It kept asking me to do it, saying, hey, your bitrate, we recommend this. And I did that. And then it's like, we're not getting enough data coming from you. Like, make up your freaking mind, guys. Jeez. All right, well, we're back into roughly where we started at. We'll see where it goes from there. We're testing this whole thing out. Anyway, what I was saying is I wanted to make my argument, essentially, for Final Fantasy. See, like, where, like, see if I could convince people, anyone, if that, like, look, give 13 a try with these things in mind. It's kind of like one of those things where it's like, you ever have a movie that you've ever watched and you thought that this was a terrible movie, and then someone points out, it's like, think about it, watch the movie, but think about it all from this perspective. Like, you're not in the situation like you're watching it as you. You're watching it thinking about not as a movie about this and this, but as a metaphor for something else. Or it's not this and this, it's a retelling of this myth that you didn't not know about, but it makes everything kind of click why it is the way it is. So because of that, I think there's a really good argument to be made for the fact that, like, I think it's not one of those things where people are wrong. It's just necessarily have enough information to enjoy something. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, maybe once you, like, change your perspective on it, you kind of click to it. I'm not saying that that's going to be the case universally. What I am saying is that it's going to be essentially is that I at least want to make a case for it. You know, it's one of those things, like, I don't necessarily think that it's going to be a guarantee that people are going to be okay, so YouTube is just bombing out regardless of what I do. I have no idea what that's up with that. Well, maybe I'll just have to stick with... I mean, the whole YouTube thing's an experiment. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't work. Maybe I'll come back to it, and maybe it's just not stable tonight. I don't know. Maybe it's just all Twitch from going on now. Maybe we'll just Twitch it up from now on, because this is clearly not... I mean, we'll try it. Hey, Argo! Long time no see! How you doing? Did you ever get that job? I think last time we were like 4 Final Fantasies ago, and you were trying to get a job. Maybe even 5 Final Fantasies ago. I'm trying to remember. But great to have you back. Glad you could join us tonight on this fabulous Final Fantasy XIII night. But you also enjoyed the 13 trilogy? I think there's a lot of good stuff in it. I think it's just a matter of realizing the fact that, oh, you didn't? I'm sorry. That sucks. Last Final Fantasy was Crisis Core. Ooh, wow, that's let's see, because we had Crisis Core, and then we had 7. Well, we did 7. We had Crisis Core, and then we had 8, 9. We did a race for 10. 10-2. And then the race for 12. And then Tactics. So 6. You were here 6 Final Fantasies ago. I play a lot of Final Fantasy games. maybe too many, some would say, but you know, it's the way it goes sometimes. It really was it's a good franchise, honestly. I like it because it's always so different. You know, every single game you get like a different director, or you get a different take. You know, I was thinking about that because Lunar, our good friend of the channel, Lunar Projections, who, you know, we did the race in Final Fantasy X and 12 with, was playing through 8 on their stream. And so I decided to pick it back up, and I was like, just gotta play it casually on my Switch, because, you know, I was out and about, and I had my Switch with me. I was at a casino for the week. And, so I started picking up stuff, and it's one of those things where I really started to look at and play it, looking at it like the just how different it is in terms of perspective. Like, the story is very light novel-y, you know, teen, young adult novel material. The mechanics, on the other hand, are probably the most complex of any Final Fantasy game. It's amazing. It's almost like studying the inner workings of a watch. You've been working on background, a bit of characters for a story for your writing with a hard magic system. That's basically the equivalent to coding. Oh, I'd love to see it when you're done. The fact a hard magic that's similar to coding just sounds so fun to me. That sounds real good. As someone who does programming for a living, I love me the idea of a hard magic system that uses that kind of mentality. But yeah, so what I thought we'd do tonight, just to kind of get things moving and everything like here, is before we get into Final Fantasy XIII, do something that I think really sets the whole thing in motion. Because I think, and this is the important bit of context here, if you understand the underlying shared mythology that Square Enix set up for the Fabula Nova Chrystallis games, which is the 13 trilogy, Type 0, Agito, but you can't really play that in this country. It was like a mobile game that ties into Type 0, but it was like never released outside of Japan, to my knowledge. And then sort of Final Fantasy 15. I have to say sort of because technically they ditched the Fabula Nova Chrystallis stuff for 15. But if you know that that was kind of there when they were originally building Versus 13, and some of that got ported into the revised version of 15, there's still a lot of the bones sitting inside of 15 that you'll see of the Fabula Nova Chrystallis. The themes are still there. A lot of the ideas are still there. And but the thing is, the games themselves, none of them actually explain the mythology. I mean, it might be buried somewhere in a lot of the texts of like the optional read text, which we will be going through more so in this playthrough. For a lot of reasons. But the underlying mythology, I think, really, really, really gives a lot of context to the 13 games that kind of changes your outlook on things, in my opinion. Making pacts with outside entities for access to spells is basically the equivalent of someone using someone else's code without fully knowing what it does. What coder would ever use someone else's code without knowing exactly what it does? Usually alter the user's descendants is based on a taboo and is viewed as a taboo, somewhat viewed as similar to script kiddies. I like it. Please tell me that there is a magical equivalent to Stack Overflow. Or that there is like a patron that is the equivalent of Stack Overflow. I think that would be fabulous. I mean, dear God, if you really want to draw that thought process out of an outside entity that will give you information that you just put into your own spell weave, or like your spell weave, without knowing the full context, that's what people have been using Claude for. In the whole AI thing. That's pretty much what my boss does. Is he'll go in and just be like, yo, ChatGPT, how do I fix this? And then he'll just give him code and he'll just stick it in there and see what happens. I mean, is that not pretty much the same thing? But yeah, so I've set up a little PowerPoint presentation that's going to take us through the actual mythology of the Fabula Nova Chrystallis, which will give us a lot more context, I think, moving forward, especially in the Core 13 trilogy, which it's not super clear in like the first 13 game. If you know it's there, you could see the connections. You see where it's going. But in 13.2 and Lightning Returns, oh yeah, this becomes important, and they do not make it very clear what's going on. So let me hop over here and we'll get started with the presentation. It's only like 10 slides, but you know. I'm proud of how it turned out. So, welcome one and all to the Fabula Nova Chrystallis mythology, the new tale of the crystal, as it is also called. This is generally the underlying shared mythology for an entire assortment of games in Square Enix put out in the late aughts. Essentially, Final Fantasy XIII, its two accompanying games, so the trilogy, Final Fantasy Type 0, and somewhat still, the bones are still in there for Final Fantasy 15. So you'll see the equivalent in a lot of these. Why do I have two chats? There. I don't need two chats. I had an idea of an anti-magic field that started out as a way to drain energy to put it in a storage crystal. You turn off because it deletes the pointer to the stored energy before it checks the energy is stored and shuts itself off. So it just doesn't stop running. That's brilliant. I love it. No, seriously, Argo, you have got to like share some of this stuff like on the Discord or something, because I would eat this up. Or if you got like a Google Share Drive or version of it or something that I could go over, I would love to see everything you've done on this. It is brilliant and right up my alley. Or if you want to hold on to it until you're done, that's fine too. I will not, you know, I understand if you want to keep it close to the chest. I'm a writer as well. I understand how that sometimes works. But man, when you're done, at least you gotta show me. I would love to see this stuff. So since the Fabula Nova Chrystallis mythology is not properly explained in any of the games, I came up with this presentation so we could all kind of have a baseline understanding. In the beginning, there was the goddess Muin and her son, Buenavelza. Buenavelza is a god that we will see quite frequently through the course of this, not necessarily referred to necessarily always by name. But yes, at the dawn of time, there was Muin, and then she created her son, Buenavelza, before there was anything. However, as Buenavelza manifested, he found himself wanting dominion over the mortal realm. He wanted control. He wanted to be the top god. He wanted to be the one and only god. But with his mother there, he couldn't really do that. So what did he do? Well, what's any god to do? You slay your mother. Buenavelza slays Muin and casts her into the unseen realm of the dead. Now, why is the realm of the dead known as the unseen realm? We'll get into that soon. But it's important to note that because it is the unseen realm, it is called that because Buenavelza, god of all now, it's the one area he cannot see. It's a Final Fantasy game. It's a JRPG. We'll probably kill him at some point. Isn't that what happens in JRPGs? Deicide? I would argue that this is the literal first time in the mainline Final Fantasy series where we literally attack and kill God. There's a few side games. You know, Final Fantasy Legends, you kill literal capital G God. You kill a lot of god-like things in Final Fantasy games, but in terms of actually killing the actual god of the universe, I think this is actually the first time we actually do that. Because yes, spoiler, Buenavelza is the final boss of Lightning Returns. We got a whole trilogy to get to that point, but yeah. We are going to fight Buenavelza at one point. Final Fantasy VI? See, that's the thing. It's like, is Kefka a literal capital G god, or is he a lowercase g god? Or is he just god-like because he's absorbed all the power? Even the Warring Triad are described as gods, but also as mortals with just immense power at points in the story about what happened during the War of the Magi. Is that there's just incredibly powerful magi who were capable of destroying the world on their own. So they were referred to as gods. But it's debatable whether they are like literal gods, or if Kefka is a literal god. But in 13, it's explicit. Capital G, God of the universe, made all of this stuff. Like, there's no ambiguity in 13 about it. There's no conflicting discussion points. Like 6, you can make a case for it. I think you could possibly also make a case for it in... Well, I mean, depending on how you want to define a god, you do essentially kill Satan in 2. Which is kind of a god? On the same kind of deity kind of tier scale? I don't know. It's one of those things where, again, there's debate, there's discussion, but in this one in Final Fantasy Legends, there's no debate. You're literally killing God. So when Muin gets cast into the unseen realm of the dead, she tries to warn her son that there is this unstable force known as chaos, that if it's not kept in check, will destroy the entire universe. It'll just consume everything and to wipe out everything in existence. However, since what happened just happened, Unavelza sees this as his dying mother making a threat against him and casting a curse upon his newly claimed realm, that she will eventually manifest this dark force and cause his realm to be destroyed. Final Fantasy VII, you basically have angels as optional bosses, right? I mean, that there's an argument to be made that that's what the weapons are. The weapons are just described as essentially the red blood or the white blood cells of the planet. They're essentially there they are formed and manifest whenever the planet needs defending. They're like the antibodies to humans being the infection. So, but if you perceive the fact that the planet is religious in some way, then yes, you could argue that the weapons are angels of sorts. You can also argue that Sephiroth becomes a god by the end of it. But again, that gets down to the point of, is he actually God, or is he godlike because he's absorbed this much power? Hard to say. It's a debate. I'm not saying you don't fight godlike beings in the Final Fantasy franchise. You pretty much do that in every single one. Chaos is godlike. Xande is godlike. The Cloud of Darkness may actually be a god? I don't know what the Cloud of Darkness is. And then in 4, you fight just the manifestation of hate itself, which is very metaphorical. Then again, the end of 4 is just weird. I'm still not over the fact that, oh, by the way, the original inhabitants of the moon used to live on a planet that existed between Mars and your planet, which is, by the way, actual Earth. Wait, what? I tried to bring that up to someone. It's like, well, yeah, there's the Tower of Babel. I'm like, okay, I am pretty sure that 1, Babel is not spelt that way. 2, I'm pretty sure that when we beat it, everyone didn't start speaking different languages. I don't think there's a real, nor do I recall Zot being a thing in the Bible either. And again, I might be wrong about that. I also was not aware until one point that there was a book on instructing you on how to please a woman in the Bible, but that exists. The Old Testament is great. It's so wacky and all over the place. So, since Buenavelza feels that his mother is sworn revenge for her son killing her, committing deicide and matricide at the same time, really. Buenavelza feels he needs to find a way into the unseen realm. He doesn't know how to do it because he can't see the unseen realm. So he needs someone else that can handle this task for him. He knows it might take a long time, but, you know, it's probably a better chance than he's going to have, right? So he creates the very first fal'Cie. Now, a fal'Cie in this regard is essentially just a name for a god-like, a demigod, if you will, of biomechanical nature. It's mostly a machine, but it also behaves like a living thing. He dubs this first fal'Cie Pulse the Maker. He gives it a focus. All fal'Cie and servants of fal'Cie are given focuses where they have a very specific task they must accomplish with their existence. So he gives it the focus to create a new world and to find the gate that leads to the realm of the dead. So he wants Pulse to make him a new world that he can rule over because he's God. And he also, while he's doing it, look for the gateway to the realm of the dead. That is Pulse's job. Next, knowing Pulse can't do this all by itself, Buenavelza creates an assistant for Pulse. He creates Etro. But when he creates Etro, his first quote-unquote female creation, he finds this subconsciously he made Etro in the exact image of his mother, Muin. Horrified by this revelation that he made Muin essentially 2.0, and fearful of that, he essentially casts Etro aside, gives Etro no power like he gave Pulse, who can shape and create worlds, and also gives Etro no focus. So Etro has no ability and also no purpose in their life. Realizing that making female fal'Cie not working out, not great, not good, Buenavelza decides to replace Etro with Lindsay, which I know first thought is it's Lindsay, which is like, of course, another female. No, Lindsay is male, or at least identifies as male when in the games, in the universe and the lore. Lindsay is given the focus to protect Buenavelza and to protect the world that Pulse creates. And then given a secret focus. For some reason, the lore really emphasizes the fact that this is a secret focus. Like, only Lindsay knows this purpose. None of the others share this knowledge, apparently. I don't know why, but the lore calls this out very specifically. It doesn't really come up that it's secret because, as we'll find out, Lindsay pretty much does everything in secret. But to awaken Buenavelza when the gate to the unseen realm is found and opened. So, Buenavelza has now created 3 fal'Cie, 2 given purpose to essentially handle things while he is gone, and then Buenavelza himself pieces out from the known world, seals himself into a crystal to sleep until the end of time when we break into the realm of the dead. Father, why do you hate me? Because you look like my mother. Probably a conversation between Etro and Buenavelza. You know, you're not wrong. And isn't that the most Greek thing you've ever heard? Like, you could totally see that being a conversation between, like, Zeus and one of his daughters. I get to see that at least. Like, it feels like that's where it's like, in terms of the mythology, it feels like there was some ideas drawn from like Greek myths there. So, proliferation. Now that Buenavelza was gone, Lindsay and Pulse decided to set out and focus and handle their respective focuses. To do so, they created their own fal'Cie and other soulless creations across the planet to essentially help build, populate, and manage the world that was left in their charge, and to seek out the gate to the dead, the realm of the dead. It is important to note, as we'll find out here, that most of these creations are unique in the fact that they don't... I mean, they die, but they don't necessarily go to the unseen realm. And if they do, it's unclear what happens to them there, because, as we'll find out here in a few slides, there's an exception to the whole rule here. But it seems like the idea is the fact that they're throwing things in. In terms of what fal'Cie do and like what they do, as I said, each one is given essentially a focus. You'll see in the games, there's a fal'Cie that its entire purpose is just make clean water. There's a fal'Cie that's be the sun. There's a fal'Cie that's dig tunnels. That's what they created them for. I mean, they would just essentially, anytime you needed something done on the world or managed for the well-being of everything on the planet, they would just create a fal'Cie for it. And that's the one thing it would do, and that's all it does. Good or bad, there's a fal'Cie that makes food. That's all it does. It's essentially, there's no farming. The fal'Cie do it. Meanwhile, Etro got sad. And with no gifts or focus or purpose or anything, they just wanted to get Daddy's attention. They just wanted Buenavelza to acknowledge them. Buenavelza, of course, had already pieced off and sealed himself in crystal. He wasn't even around to get attention for. Etro just didn't care. Etro was just desperate, and what does a teen do to get attention? Yes, in no certain terms, in no hashing it around, and in as polite as I can be, Lindsay essentially, or not Lindsay, Etro essentially self-harmed and took their own life. They self-terminated and sent themselves to the unseen realm. However, in doing so, Etro spilt her blood across the land. And Lindsay saw this as an opportunity and used Etro's blood to craft new lesser beings. The lesser beings so far have been, if you imagine them, they're robots, they're beasts, they're things like that. You know, they serve function, but they're not necessarily sentient to the same degree. But these new lesser beings were born of the blood of a fal'Cie. Essentially, they were born from the blood of a demigod. A quasi-god, if you will. Even if it's Etro, she still was a fal'Cie. She still was created by Buenavelza. Giant turtles. Yes, there are giant turtles. And all you can do to deal with the giant turtles is spam death on them. So, Lindsay created these beings born of a fal'Cie without a focus. And because of this, humans, as they were eventually called, were born with the ability of also not having a focus. They have free will, if you will. They can do anything. They can carry out... One human can do a multitude of tasks because they don't have a singular focus. And more importantly, they can be hurled into the land of the dead in mass. And hopefully get better results than what they had been getting with all the other things. Now, meanwhile, so they inherited Etro's no focus ability, essentially. And because of that, it turned out that while Etro felt that having no focus meant that she had no purpose, it also means that she was free to do whatever the heck she wanted, really. But she didn't see it that way. She saw it as being snubbed by Daddy. Humans, on the other hand, do what humans do and just kind of go out and do whatever they want. And kind of embraced the fact that they don't have a focus. Because assumedly, the giant turtles have a focus. The wolf thingies have a focus. I mean, they were created by Lindsay and Pulse to do something eventually. I don't know necessarily what their plan was. The whole thing with fal'Cie is they don't really think like us. It's hard to like wrap your head around like exactly how they perceive anything. It's a very alien, almost Lovecraftian level of intelligence that it's just kind of like they have a goal, but how they go about that goal and why they think this is the best way to do it is sometimes very strange and alien. So, Etro descended down into the unseen realm. And when they arrived there, they found the mother goddess, Muin, who had been down in here being consumed, devoured by the chaos. And it's there revealed that it's the chaos itself that makes it the unseen realm unseen. Like, it is this stuff that it's one of the reasons why Buenavelza doesn't see the threat. Is that the chaos cannot be perceived by him. And so now the Mother Goddess is being ripped apart by it, and seeing Etro there, she begs Etro in the last moments to preserve the balance of chaos between the mortal and the unseen realms, because if the chaos grows too much in the unseen realm, it's going to spill forth and wipe everything out. So this is kind of like we've got to keep it balanced here so that this doesn't happen. We've got to do something to preserve reality. So with a purpose now, Etro sought out a way to complete it. And as she resided in the unseen realm, she found these strange creatures called humans that would enter her realm. Enter the unseen realm, the land of the dead. But unlike others who were creations of fal'Cie, but not necessarily made of fal'Cie, humans would get resurrected. Or not resurrected, but reborn. They'd come down into the unseen realm, and then they'd get born again. They had a soul that just kind of cycled through back and forth between the two realms, making them a very unique creation. So, Etro has an idea. When a human soul comes down into the unseen realm, she would give it some of the chaos, place it in their chests, and send it back to be reborn. This way, the level of the chaos would stay down in the mortal realm, or in the unseen realm, by taking just little bits of it and sending it up to the mortal realm. And she called this concept a heart. This becomes a very important concept throughout the course of the 13 trilogy, because this also means the heart, the things that give humans emotions and free will, besides, the fact that they don't have a purpose, but they have intelligence, they can act on their own and everything like that. They have spirit. All comes from their heart, this bit of chaos that's inside of them. But that also means that their motivations, their knowledge, their feelings, this quote unquote chaotic nature that humans bring about comes from something that God cannot see, which becomes a problem as we go forward in our tale. So, with reincarnation established and the cycle of pumping out essentially chaos, humanity lived on in dutiful worship and servitude of Pulse the Maker, Lindsay the Protector, and Etro, the Goddess of Death. And great Bonavelza, God of Light and all, sleeps awaiting the end of time itself. So that is essentially the lore of the Fabula Nova Chrystallis. This is not really brought up in the games very much, if at all, but it influences everything, because this was what they set forth before the games were even started, as all of the games in this series of the Fabula Nova Chrystallis would all share this mythology in the backstory. And how they use that is different in every game. You'll see it when we get to Type 0. They use this mythology very differently than 13 does. But it's important to know the fact that this is the underlying thing, and you will see it manifest in interesting ways throughout the entire series of the Fabula Nova Chrystallis. And as I said, even in 15, where most of the names and everything have been scrubbed, but you can still see the bones of this sticking out in there. All right. Well, there's ads about to be run on the Twitch side of things. But during that time, I'm gonna work on trying to get 13 set up to run here, because quite honestly, I don't have it set up right now because it uses a lot of processing power, and I was gonna have it just running in the background while I did all this stuff. That being said, just chat and work on things while we try and get it all set up. But you see why I find that so interesting, like that mythology? Like, not only is that a shared concept that will be used again and again and again throughout multiple different titles. And really would have been used in 15, except for the fact that I know everyone loves to sit there and defend Nomura for essentially like, oh man, Versus 13 was going to be so great. It wasn't, guys. It really wasn't. It was so behind. There was no way that game was going to get made. Really, it was just, do we just scrap it entirely, or can we salvage it and turn it into something else? Those were the two options that Square Enix had set out for Versus 13. There was no route where that game got finished. And I know that makes people sad and everything like that. But hey, as people have seen in the Kingdom Hearts games, Nomura never throws away an idea. Like, if he's got something like he wants to do, he will work it into something else. I'm trying to do this with Final Fantasy XIII. I picked up this launcher that allows you to use like mod packs really easily and all sorts of different stuff. And I did get this to work once, but now it's not launching. Oh, there it goes. The question is, did I accidentally open multiple versions of this? It doesn't look like it. Alright, so can we get this set up to capture... in here. And I'm not saying that because I don't like Nomura. I love Nomura's work. I've been a big fan of Kingdom Hearts for, well, since Kingdom Hearts came out. But I'm also aware that Nomura is very much a creative. He's a guy who constantly thinks about things in terms of like he's constantly recreating and coming up with stuff and just kind of throwing things at the wall, and you never really know. And because of that, he'll sit there and like scrap things and come back with things and stuff like that. In other words, the man needs himself a producer that can call, rein him in when it's time to focus. And with Versus 13, it was very clear that they just kind of left him alone to kind of do whatever he wanted. And because of that, it just took forever for him to develop anything, and he never even came up with anything close to a final product. Like, he seriously just ended the whole thing with they said there was a Discord, yes, and then almost magnetically the Stream Elements decided to share that there's the Discord. I'm pretty sure that link still works. If it doesn't, let me know. I'll get you the most up-to-date one. Alright, I think we got this all locked in now. It did? Excellent! I always forget which, like, I've got that link so many different places. I'm always trying to remember where I end up forgetting where it, like, an updated version went. Like, if I ended up having to recreate the code, I always forget to go around and update it everywhere. So there's always, like, a spot or two where it's like, this one was the old code. It's like, no! No. All right. So good news is part of the fact that I'm using this mod launcher version of Final Fantasy XIII is that it includes the large memory address fix. What does this mean? Hopefully this game won't crash. Because essentially the PC port essentially had a problem where the memory cap was so low that the game itself would constantly run out of memory and just bomb. So yeah, you kind of just had, they made a fix for it that's essentially just going, no. You can have like 4 times as much memory. And that made it behave better. All right, let's get into it, shall we? I am excited about this. Oh, you know what? Shoot. Yes, 32 bits and 4 gigs shared between video and system RAM, including what's taken up by the OS. Yeah, it's they're not kidding when they said that the programming on a lot of Square Enix's PC ports was terrible. But I completely forgot. One more thing I was going to do and show on the PowerPoint. Let me hop back here really quick. So part of one thing I wanted to reference here was the fact that just to make sure we all were on the same terms. Here are essentially the basic terms you will hear frequently in the 13 trilogy. You have fal'Cie, which are the biomechanical demigods capable of binding a focus onto humans. They themselves have a focus to accomplish things, but if they find something like a fal'Cie can't necessarily accomplish themselves, or they need agents to do things, because a lot of times fal'Cie are fixed in locations or something, and they're like, okay, I'm making food, but this thing over at the edge of my territory is broken. They will bind a focus onto like a local human or something and have them go and do it for them and fix things. When it happens, it's called a l'Cie. Like L''C. Is a human who was branded by a fal'Cie and bound to a focus. If they succeed, they get to turn into crystal until the fal'Cie need them again. If they fail, they become horrible monsters called Seath. Essentially, they're given... It's sold to humans as you are given eternal life. But what eternal life means is essentially that you go into crystal sleep, you know, just like Guinevelza. And essentially the fal'Cie just hold on to you until they need a l'Cie to do something again, and then they thaw you out and give you a new focus. Or you keep the same focus and they just need you again for the same thing. Like, go fix that. A focus, in terms of like what it is a specific task given to a human by a fal'Cie. This is often done in the form of a vision. This is because most fal'Cie don't speak human. I had to put human there because I don't think the language is ever established what it is in the setting. I guess you could call it common. go with the D&D route. A focus can be given that's impossible, thus turning them into Seath immediately. Yeah, essentially, if it's impossible for them to accomplish the task, like, by any means, they just essentially turn into a Seath, because there's no other option. There's no way for them to succeed. And Seath are just these shambling crystal monsters you'll see throughout the games. They just kind of stumble around and attack things randomly. They don't have minds anymore. But since fal'Cie are usually just kind of like big machines that do things, most of them, you know, it's generally accepted fal'Cie really don't speak. They don't have any concept of human language or can't really understand it. So they pretty much just will show them visions of what they want them to do. It's not always super clear. But yeah, you essentially just get you get to play Pictionary essentially with what is going to either trap you in crystal or turn you into, yeah, like Argo says in chat, a zombie. So then the other terms you need to know are like the Scene and Mortal Realm. This is the physical world. This is everything you see and hear and do and everything like that. You'll find out there's multiple worlds that have been created at this point. Namely Cocoon and Pulse. Pulse is the big world created by, well, Pulse. And Cocoon is essentially a little floating orb. You could think of it as like a satellite or a moon to Pulse, but it's actually its own internal like world created by Lindsay. The Unseen Realm is the land of the dead. When you hear them refer to the Unseen Realm, that's just what they mean. That's where you go when you die. This later also gains the name of Valhalla. I don't know why they decided to go with that, but that's also a name when you hear Valhalla, that just means the realm of the dead. The land of the dead is filled with chaos, hence making it the Unseen Realm.
Welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Lunar Projections, for the raid.
Hey, Lunar! Thanks for coming in! I hope Repo went well. You guys have fun this week? Hello, Raiders! I am the storyteller VTuber, Brykurian. And we're just going over some of the important terms and concepts that you'll need to know in order to not get completely lost in the dialogue of Final Fantasy XIII, which we're about to start. Hey, Dakota! It did go well? Fantastic! So the final term that doesn't come up as much in 13, but shows up a lot in 13.2 and Lightning Returns is chaos. Chaos is an energy. It's not ever clearly defined as necessarily a substance or everything, although it is shown sometimes as a liquid, sometimes a viscous liquid, and sometimes just a ripple or tear in reality even. That cannot be seen by the god Buenavelza. It's unclear necessarily whether the fal'Cie are capable of seeing it, but we do know that Buenavelza can't. It is capable of corrupting the landscape of the mortal realm. Essentially, if you want to think about it, is Buenavelza and his fal'Cie want to enforce order on things, and chaos, kind of by its own name and nature, goes against that. So it's viewed as kind of a malevolent force in the physical realm. Because it kind of screws up the natural order that Pulse and Lindsay have generated. So yeah, that's essentially the core concepts. There's more specific ones, but we can go through those as we're going through the game. These are just ones you'll see a lot throughout the course of this trilogy, and it's just good to kind of have that in the back of your mind of like, these are what these things are. Because the first time I played, I had no idea about this mythology. I didn't read up on the mythology until I was...
Welcome, Raiders.
Oh, hey!
Thank you, LV99 Gaming Wiz, for the raid.
BB, it's level 99 Gaming Wizard. Hey, Wiz, thanks for coming in. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Akirian, the storyteller VTuber. We are just going over some terms to get ready for our big playthrough of Final Fantasy XIII tonight. So we're just kind of clarifying the lore and everything like that. So welcome in, and if you enjoy what you see, please give me a follow, give me a like, give me a whatever, I don't know. It's hard to specify because I'm on YouTube as well as Twitch now, so it's, if you're on YouTube, like, if you're on Twitch, follow, I guess. Yeah, we're just about to switch into, and I was actually just going through these because I forgot that we had these terms and concepts that I had drawn up. But they make it a lot easier to follow once you have it all, like, in the back of your mind. As I said, they're not super hard concepts, but they're... Unpopular opinion, 13 is actually good. Yes, it is! Except for the sequels. You are wrong! The sequels are also good! I will prove it to you, Wiz! I will prove it to you. Because I have played through these games and I have read up on all the lore, and honestly, the hardest barrier to entry is getting the lore. Because once you know the lore, the plot is a lot easier to follow, honestly. That's why I decided to do this whole presentation at the start, is because, as you'll see, now that you know what a fal'Cie is, and you know what a l'Cie is, oh yeah, no, you'll be able to follow this a lot easier. Because the game does not explain what these are. One last thing on your world healing and body modification magic is highly regulated due to the possibility of things going horribly wrong. Like not turning off the heal switch on cells when you're done, accidentally giving you someone something very bad. I mean, wouldn't that just be essentially like cancer? Like a magical cancer? As if you like over heal and like the cells regenerate too much and turn just bad. Because isn't that what essentially cancer is? It's just essentially cells that have forgot to turn themselves off. I might be simplifying that a little bit, but that's generally how it is explained to me. I know, considering the fact that cancerous cells just not having the heal switch turned off. Okay, I'm not crazy. I was thinking, like, I mean, in my head, I'm just kind of like, I should really know about this more, considering the fact that cancer does kind of run in my family. Then again, everyone who had cancer in my family did so because they were smoking or something. Alright, let's kick it into high gear and check out some Final Fantasy XIII. We can watch the little preview movie made up of cutscenes from later on and with characters we won't get to know for a very long time, some of them. So yeah, explaining like kind of the concepts I was talking about before, and then you see that giant ball in the sky? That's Cocoon. That's what Lindsay made. The big planet where all the monsters are flying around and stuff? That's Pulse, or also Grand Pulse is what it's sometimes called. And it is big. And of course, lightning has the best thing in the world, which is a gun that turns into a sword, or a sword that turns into a gun. These are awesome concepts. I will not be discussing that. Even if you don't like 13 in any single bit, you have to admit that lightning's got a cool sword. Grand Pulse is the best part, actually. It's the part where it's actually like an open-ended kind of do what you want kind of thing, so I could see why a lot of people would argue that it's the best part. I find it to be the grindy part, but it is prettier, though. I will say that. Like, when you get to Grand Pulse, it is very pretty. This also opens with a train scene, doesn't it? I mean, plot-wise? Yes! Honestly, with all the, like, the technology that you see on Cocoon and, like, the opening with the train scene, I've often wondered how much they were just trying to, like, let's do Final Fantasy VII ++. Chapter 11 of 13 is Grand Pulse, right? Yes. I believe Chapter 11 is Grand Pulse. Or Chapter 11 is when you get the open-ended kind of go wherever you want part of Pulse. There's a couple chapters that are set on Pulse before that, but they're more linear. Wiz, thank you for checking out a copy of The Covenant. And we got our first checkout. Our first redeem. Lunar. There we go. Wondering when that was gonna pop up. Hope you enjoy that copy of Deciphering the Nameless Tome by Orisha Al-Rashia. That's actually from the 13 trilogy. Well, not the 13 trilogy. It's from Type 0, which is Fabula Nova Chrystallis. And Argo, thank you for checking out a copy of The Boy Who Became a Dragon, a literary analysis. Which I think it has to do with the...
My manager told me to have a good day, so I didn't go into work.
Ha! Oh, I should do that. Next time my boss tells me, it's like, have a good one. I'll just tell him, like, okay, I'm heading home. You're shocked nobody redeemed first yet? You know, some people don't. You know, it's my ears that was loud. Was it too loud? I can drop it down. Well, nothing else is that loud, so I'll just drop it down in the alert editor later. So it can only be redeemed once per night. So, but thanks for letting me know it's too loud. I'm. It's very hard for me to judge what is loud and what isn't. Hydrate. That I can do. There's no Renegade Hydrate tonight, unfortunately. There's just my regular Hydrate, which honestly is a previous Renegade Hydrate. It's Sprite plus Tea, which is back on the market, actually. If you go to stores, you can find Sprite plus Tea in bottles again, which is amazing. I was so happy they brought it back when they said it was like, oh, it's a limited thing. Yeah, sorry, Lunar. I couldn't find anything. I was at the store the other day looking, and it was just kind of like, nothing. Nothing we haven't already tried. Twitch alert is a little loud as well. Okay, I'll just turn down the whole thing then. Oh, I'm thinking I see why. Somehow my Twitch alerts, as well as one of my music inputs, got turned all the way up. I don't know why. There. Turn it down. Let's test it really quick. See if this is still insanely loud. I'll do my daily checkout. Blame OBS? I mean, to be fair, it wouldn't be the first time that's happened. Now it's too quiet. We'll eventually figure it out. We have the power to do this. Here, I'll give myself head pats. That should be good. It's hitting right into the yellow section of the bar when it goes off. Perfecto audio. Oh, good. My controller actually works with this. You know, the funny thing about this game is actually that the best way to play it, the most stable and smooth way that I found to play it, is actually on the Steam Deck. Plays perfectly on there. We do normal mode or easy mode? I'm tempted to do easy mode just so, because there are some points in this game where, like, the difficulty spike just shoots up, and easy mode probably means less grinding for us to play through, since we're just doing it for the story, right? Yeah, we'll go easy mode. We'll feel better about that. You have selected easy mode for battles. To change difficulty at any time, press E. E? E. E, 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 E. Open the main menu and select settings. Begin playing it. So I could change it later if it turns out to be, like, just too mind-numbingly easy. Actually, in that case, well, let's go normal. And if it gets too hard, we could drop it down to easy. There we go. We could change it. That's all that matters. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want one of these robes. With the glowy bits. They're kind of awesome. See, this is why I never blame people for, like, coming into it and being like, I didn't like it. Because this is your first exposure in the game. Like, this does not come across as very Final Fantasy. This honestly feels more Phantasy Star. But you gotta stick with it. Good thing no one was in those seats. You always tell people they need to learn the lore a bit. They want to perform women. Oh yeah. Like just even if you just browse like what we did with just like the terms and everything, so you don't get lost. Like he just throws out, oh, I'm not a lessee. What's a lessee? You won't find out for like another 2 hours. Have a good time in the stacks, Wiz. Can't hear the voices? Let's see here. No, we're supposed to run that way. See if that works any better at capturing the audio. We'll skip the tutorial. I think I remember this. I mean, auto battle. Way too loud now? So you even fight a giant robot scorpion thing in this, just like you did in 7. It very much feels like they just wanted to, like, capture that 7 feel to it, with, like, the technological city and... How are the voices now? I mean, Saz is poorly mixed in the game anyway. You can barely hear him on my side, too, so... It's sad, because Saz gets the best lines. Hey, go to your Chocobo. No voices. It's because of my Japanese audio? I don't have Japanese audio. I have English audio on. The Chocobo voice is fine, but no other voices. Oh, I forgot potions are everybody. In combat, they're audible, just not the cutscenes? Ugh. This is the same problem we had in Crisis Core, I think. Not Crisis Core, but oh, what was it? What was it? There was another game that we had problems with the audio. Hopefully we'll get a chance to get into the menu here for a second and see if we can tweak that. Actually, here, let me try something really quick. I have an idea. So I keep using the OBS application audio capture, and that might be the problem.
Billions, soldier. I mean, you are Sanctum, aren't you? What are you doing trying to stop the purge?
How's
Why don't
that?
you tell me that.
I was a soldier.
Hey, where do you think you're going? Man. Chocobo, just can't catch a break, can we? Yeah, that's a good question.
Okay, so it was an OBS capture problem.
Better follow her. I'm getting too old for this.
Honestly, Saz, such a great character. I just like another ex-soldier. Not even. She is a soldier. She is still enlisted as far as I'm concerned.
Sure we can get through here?
There is a lot that is just Final Fantasy VII again. It really is. And then we visited the shop. I don't have enough money to buy much. How much? I have 200 gil? Hell, yeah. Don't forget to backtrack in case of items. Ooh, you got a good point.
This is a mess is what this is.
Nope, nothing back there. So we've got to go over there somewhere. I also do like the menus. Remember there being chests sometimes in an area like right behind you when you start? Almost lost the all items trophy due to it. Ah, I believe it. But I hate that sort of thing, but that's the kind of trickery you have to do sometimes, and like as a developer on the developer side, like that's the type of gotcha that you just kind of like if you have an all item thing, you better be checking everywhere. See events. Lightning and Saz are held aboard a military purge train, along with a group of civilians destined for exile. In stark contrast to the uncertain and despairing people around her, Lightning appears determined and focused. She seizes upon an instant of inattention to the disabled guard, and her impressive display inspires Saz and other civilians to take up arms across the soldiers. Saz attempts to figure out what Lightning's angle, but she shows little desire to share. The former soldier, I guess she is a former soldier. I thought she was still well, I guess when she got purged, she probably lost her job. Have trust issues with games now thanks to this and Dark Souls. Oh, fair. Yeah, I know there's usually a lot of like times where many various enemies stalk the roads that you must travel. Well, yeah. Upon entering an enemy's detection radius, the minimap in the upper right corner screen will flash in a warning. Coming into contact with an enemy will initiate battle. So really in this game you can only control your party leader. And unfortunately you don't get to control who your party leader is until way later.
What do you suppose this is?
It's a
Army leaving its toys out now?
It's a hula hoop, Saz. Haven't you ever hula hooped? That fro? I thought you'd be more funky.
Fixing to dish me already, huh?
You should be following me. I've never asked you to come with.
Like it or not, I'm sticking with you.
They're just dancing with each other at this point. I found a place once that had like sold a replica of like an actual metal replica of Lightning's sword, even folded up into its gun form and everything. But no way I could have afforded it. It was like $250. I was like, ah. Last I saw, it wasn't available anymore, but. Auto battle is nice because it automatically will change between like blitz and regular attacks. Blitz is essentially her AoE attack. It takes 2 bars, where regular attack takes 1 bar. We got 4 stars. I guess means no spoils.
This place is a war zone.
Yeah, you kind of have to wonder what made it get this bad.
Like low-flying things trying to kill me.
Treasure chest. The treasure ball. What annoyed you was to get a full ATB, you needed to get the ultimate weapon for a character? Does the ultimate weapon give an additional ATB? I know usually you unlock it through the Crystarium.
Not wanting to get purged, I get. But taking on trained soldiers?
Better to die than get sent to Pulse. It's hell without the brimstone.
Yeah, well, hell's not sounding too bad. Because this place ain't exactly paradise.
Domesticated
Fair.
peacekeepers. Nothing to worry about.
Maybe not for a soldier girl, but I'm trying to say, hey!
There you go. Blitz him! course, if you don't feel like wanting to like auto attack or blitz, you can always manually set the attacks. Ooh, we staggered something. So when you stagger something, you essentially get it to be the point where it gets multiple, it gets a multiplier on how much damage it takes when you stagger it. And that's the core mechanic that you'll find in most of the combat in this game, is the fact that you have to, a lot of times, to beat a boss or something, the big core concept is build up stagger it, then unleash damaging attacks. And you'll see, you'll have a lot of attacks that are like, these attacks build stagger, these attacks just do damage. So they'll give you an idea of like, okay, so I need to go and build stagger, and then...
No need to be pushing now.
Well, you're in the way of the stairs, man. So you get one from becoming a Lassie, one from an Eidolon, one from the Crystarium, and one from a tier 3 weapon. Okay. But tier 3 is not like the ultimate, is it? I thought there was a... I don't remember tier 3 being like the final tier. Hey, we got armor. Now let's give the leader the extra HP, because if she dies, it's game over. If Saz dies, I can get him back up. How did you get ahead of me? Having fun?
Cold-blooded murder.
I don't know if that was necessarily cold-blooded. It is, but it can be gotten from any weapon? Okay. Huh. And again, I haven't played this since 2012? 2013? So it's been... Wow, has it been 13 years since I played this in 2013? How serendipitous. Five stars. 3 Phoenix down.
Preemptive strike.
Don't shout preemptive strike when you're going to preemptive strike.
So much for the element of surprise.
Yeah, because you shouted it out. Item usage. I've already done item usage. Skip. I know how to use items. Sneak attack! This is Saz. We trained him wrong. As a joke.
There's no time.
Then what do you suggest we do?
Quiet.
Hey! Wait! No, don't leave me!
Let go!
No, hell no! You're my only way out of here! No!
No! We broke the snap!
That might get us across. Right there. Right?
Looks that way.
Remember leveling in this being somewhat of a pain and at least very restrictive? I mean, it's just essentially you just gotta level up the Crystarium once you get it, and it's... The problem there is the fact that, like,
Right.
you end up with 6 different trees in the Crystarium you have to put points into to get everything.
Hey, that's what's
So if you want to build like a versatile team that can handle the late game, it just means a lot of grinding to get the Crystarium. You unlock stages slowly between chapters. Yeah. So you end up like either having too many points to put into the Crystarium, which, for the record, we haven't got to the point where we've unlocked the Crystarium. But it is unfortunately named in some ways.
Hey now.
Right, we're at the fields of war, not the defiers of fate.
Seems to be in working order.
You know, it just occurred to me. So we're an ex-soldier in a technological city. We fought a scorpion. We've made all the Final Fantasy comparisons before. Didn't realize this. Our companion for all of this early mission is also a black man with a gun. Just saying. I never realized how many like comparisons to 7 there were in the early game of this.
Deportees, are we? Weapons down. I'd hate for this to turn ugly.
You are already
Ugly?
He wants to kill us without a fight.
Time's up!
attack chain tutorial. Oh, this is for staggering. Also sky-based names, Cloud, Lightning. Yeah. Final Fantasy VII coded for real. Surprisingly so. I mean, the whole game isn't like that necessarily. I don't think. I said it's been 13 years. Maybe this is just going to end up being like a straight remake of 7 that we just did not know about. "13 years since I played 13. Yeah? Last time I played it was in 2013. It's actually kind of funny.
So, soldier,
Soldier.
what's your angle?
Crank that soldier girl.
What? Classified military info? Huh? What's the matter? You quit, didn't you? Did you think I'm gonna go out there and just tell everybody your secrets?
My angle. I'm after the Fal'Cie. Still happy you tagged along.
Didn't have a choice.
So these early chapters are very much broken up into what's going on now versus what happened in the 13 days leading up to this.
Express our best wishes for a successful relocation. Your noble and selfless sacrifice ensures the continued safety and peace of our society. Were it not for this remarkable gesture, every resident of Cocoon, your family, your friends, your neighbors, would be exposed to the dangers of the world below. By choosing to leave Cocoon and participating in this migration,
Migration? More like extermination.
Huge. You stay here.
So sorry. I didn't mean to.
These people need heroes.
Meet the most divisive character in this game.
You keep your cool, and they will too. You got it?
Got it.
What's our motto?
The army's no match for Nora.
That a boy.
That has been their motto as of like an hour ago. Yeah, to give you a general idea of what like the backstory for the whole thing is. There was a piece of rubble used in reconstruction from Pulse, the big planet, that was pulled up to Cocoon to patch a hole. Inside of that, there was a Fal'Cie from Pulse. The government has decided that since this area has been exposed to a Pulse Fal'Cie, Pulse being what they've told everyone is essentially hell on earth, super bad, that because they've been exposed to it in the same area, like you're in the same city as this thing, everyone here needs to be expelled from Cocoon and forced to go live down on Pulse. Essentially to die. They are resisting this situation because they do not want to go and die, which is why they're all fighting back against the government right now. Had an idea where the magic system in your world to be soft magic, but someone saw it misused and made a spell that restricted it for a few generations. Meant to only be used by elves, but genetically elves, humans, and dwarves are similar, so the spell affected elves' immortality to where they're no longer immortal as a form of innate magic. The spells look at immortal elves and shut off the condition, can't even find them, so it just can't shut off. And now it's just late modern elves are just too different from the old elves. That's cool. I like that. It kind of reminds me of the thing in Forgotten Realms where after abuse of high-level magic, like higher than 9th tier magic, spells. There was like a 12th level spell or something. The god of magic came and went, no, we're not doing that anymore, and just created a magical rule that like capped everything at tier 9. And add. Yeah, this is Snow. Snow is either the most beloved character or the most hated character, depending on which side you're on. And I have his jacket in Final Fantasy XIV. Actually, I have his whole outfit, but I only ever use his jacket.
It's over. It's all over.
Nope, not over. We're gonna fight back. We're gonna win.
I don't want to die.
Just gonna die anyway.
Everyone's so dang negative. I know why. You guys don't have bandanas. That's why. Alright, I am getting annoyed with that whole inverted XY thing. The heck is dual inverted? Oh, dual inverted would be like X is inverted, but Y and Y inverted? Okay. Oh, yeah. Controller type. There we go. Yeah, so essentially we have the 13 days data log, which essentially goes down and talks about everything that led to the 13 days. A fallacy of pulse origin was discovered within a vestige on the outskirts of Bodum 2 days previously, having apparently spent centuries in hibernation, with humans none the wiser to its presence. The Sanctum deemed the potential contamination by pulse magic a risk too great to overlook, and immediately enacted legislation permitting the Purge, an involuntary removal of the Foul Sea and the entire population of Bodum from Cocoon. Deportees were told that they would be transported to Pulse. So yeah, they essentially got kicked out. Resting in Cocoon's shadow, the sprawling and enigmatic lower world of Pulse is home to the multitude of terrors. The land is commonly believed to be inhospitable to human life, and a strict ban on inner-world travel forbids citizens of Cocoon from venturing there to challenge this hypothesis. Not even members of the Sanctum's upper echelon can claim they've seen the surface with their own eyes, but attempted invasion by the world's savage armies several centuries ago is well documented. Widespread fear of repeated assaults persist among the populace even today, with colloquial references often likening the world to a manner of living hell. I heard someone point this out. That why do they know what hell is? And it doesn't bother me because it's essentially just using it in a colloquial. It's like hell just means bad, right? Like hellfire. But in a series where everything's like thrown references to like ancient Rome and Greek gods constantly, and no one ever seems to bother asking what that's all about, I don't mind it. Was that about Forgotten Realms? The ads just stopped? Oh, I was talking about the fact that after Karsus used 12th tier magic to essentially screw up the world, the goddess of magic rewrote the rules of magic so that you can no longer have anything above a 9th tier spell. That's what your description about like rewriting the laws kind of reminded me of. Never should have fought back. No, you always fought back. This is Nora, man.
Really? Can I?
Sure. And when we're taking a dirt nap, you can save them all.
No, that's even worse.
No dirt naps today. We're all in this together. Our enemy's the Cocoon Sanctum. Their dreaded SciComm, no less.
What's to dread? SciComm's nothing but a whole bunch of bluster and bullying. They've got nothing on Nora.
Well, we are the heroes after all.
Well, they have armor, so that's
Let's prove it.
something they have over Nora. You have a belly shirt.
Sanctum's gonna pay for this. Nothing to worry about. Oh yeah!
So her name is Lebro, and his name is Godot, and they hang out with Snow, and there's also Huge, who I don't think fits the rhymes path.
Out of here.
So what I was going to say earlier before the cutscene was the fact is, like, the thing that actually made me want to play this back in the day, like, originally, when I played it first time in 2013, I ended up really liking it. So I actually played this, I rented this once. Okay, gotta explain. Renting is when, imagine Netflix, but it has to go back after a few days. So that's renting. And so I rented this game back in 2009 when it first came out, and I was like, ugh, Phantasy Star, blah, 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 looks dumb, I quit. Once again, proving that I am terrible at making judgment calls. Oh, right, speaking of that magic regulated where you need to license to cast higher level spells, each license requiring you to be able to optimize your spells more and more. Explains the need for spell books, verbal components, somatic components, even spell circles appearing when cast. Optimizing spells involves being able to write out those components without messing up. Oh. So, Argo, have you ever seen a show called, it's an anime called, what is it? The Akashic Record, the Bastard at Magic High School or something like that? They have a whole thing in their magic system where, like, if you break up the incantation in different ways, like put the pauses and make it sound it's like instead of a 3-line stanza, make it into a 5-line stanza by breaking it up in certain points. It'll have different effects on the spell. So they're like, oh, well, you just get a random misfire. It's like, no, you don't get a Madison misfire. If you specifically do 5 lines instead of 3 lines for the spell, then it goes left. And if you do it this way, it cuts the range down and only will go this far. All sorts of different stuff. There's the rest of the anime, it's fun. But really, I think you'd get a kick out of, I think it's like episode 2 or 3, where they explain the magic system in it. And it's really cool. So yeah, I have terrible taste. I'm terrible at, like, figuring, like, I thought Phineas and Ferb was a dumb-looking show until I actually sat down and watched it. And then I ended up loving it. I'm terrible at this.
There are soldiers everywhere.
What is his name?
Yo, boss. What's the plan?
Mess.
Charge in, guns blazing.
Yeah.
Hey!
Fuck
that's
shit
not a
up.
plan.
Win.
Real heroes don't need plans.
Like, Snow actually has a very interesting character, and he puts up a lot of bravado behind, like, a masked facade. His cronies, the rest of Nora, they're just idiots. That follow him because he's, like, got a lot of charisma. I will not defend the rest of Nora I have played this game and seen them all throughout the entire trilogy. They are all idiots. They've got good hearts, but they're idiots. Snow has complexity to him. Snow I can make arguments for. I can't do that for Nora. Anyway, in terms of saying bad taste and everything like that, I ended up eventually watching Noah Antweiler, the spoony one, his review of Final Fantasy XIII, and he ripped the game apart. He's merciless with his review.
Hit him again.
And I was sitting there watching it, going like, well, he also did Final Fantasy X and X-2.
How about this?
I thought he was wrong about those. Like, I didn't agree with what he was saying. And I didn't have that experience with things. Is 13 really as bad as all he's saying? So I decided, you know what? I'm gonna play it. I got it real cheap on Amazon for like, I think it was like $12 for a copy for the PS3. And played it. Ended up loving it. Again, it was one of those things where it's like I did have to tough it out through these early portions. But the further I get into it, more and more I loved it.
Don't you kids go falling behind now.
A person's magic energy comes from their emotions, mind, and spirit. The prison for magic users is in the anti-magic zone. Wardens need to be rotated out every month, or have themselves be affected as well. Oh, dang. Is there like a more permanent like punishment where they have their ability to channel magic like stripped from them? Like a lobotomy so they don't have emotions, mind? A magical lobotomy? I guess, if you will.
You all okay?
This sucks.
Hey, careful with those.
We still don't know his name.
Don't worry. No one's moving to Pulse today. We'll clear you a path out of here, so be ready to...
Wait! Let me fight with you!
You can't expect us to just sit here.
Good help.
Yep.
Please, let us help!
Okay then. Volunteers front and center.
Don't start the revolution unless you're prepared to have,
Here, take this one. Here you go.
send people to their death.
For you.
Count
Go
me in.
for it. Here's yours. Take care now. Mom? Don't worry. Huh?
So I just
Hold it steady.
here.
Yeah, feels good.
Yep, nice.
Can you show me again?
You got it.
That's how it works.
You sure?
Yeah. Moms are tough.
Right.
People always make fun of that line. I never got
It's
it
the last
because
one,
it's
boss.
very much like saying, you know,
All right,
she
last
has something
one.
she's willing
Somebody
to
take
die
it.
for.
No.
She's gonna fight to save her child. Yeah, give it to her.
Push comes to shove. Keep him safe.
First impression of snow? All talk.
All right, lay low and you'll be fine. We'll clear out the area.
Like right there is a perfect encapsulation of
We're going
what
home together.
13 does so well, which is the difference between the external and the internal. Like you have Vanille, her name is Vanille,
Right. New recruits.
little girl there, going, you know, hee hee, give me a gun, bang bang. And then you hear her inner monologue where she is doing a cutthroat analysis of Snow's personality. And that is how she works, is that she puts up like an act, but internally, she is very mature and very intelligent. But you never get that impression from the way she acts. And that right there is a perfect encapsulation of her character. It's just that bang, bang, and then the internal monologue right over it. I want to say something that'd be highly regulated and reserved for the worst of the worst due to basically messing with someone's brain. Fair.
Stay sharp. Don't want to make their job any easier.
Sorry, boss.
You know, I will say, for this game being like... You do a lot of combat in this game, and honestly, one of the reasons that it's bearable is one, auto battle makes it a lot easier when you're just grinding, just hitting the auto battle. They'll figure out their own attacks. You'll even see when you choose auto battle that depending on the situation and the alignment of like where everybody is on the battlefield, their auto battle commands will change on the fly. To do it. The other reason all the combat's great is makes the combat bearable is the frickin' banger combat music in this game. It's called Blinded by the Light, or Blinded by Light. It is an absolutely just jam to listen to. I have an orchestrated version of this from a Distant Worlds concert that I listen to, and I just put it on while I'm just jamming at work or something. Another idea is the type of magical energy that's stronger but corrupts the person based on emotions they have while wielding it. It's more they use the more it affects them like a drug, but in order to use it you have to either you need to code for it, think the difference between Python and Java, or create a translation layer or shiv to try and properly and regulate, and probably would be regulated differently as well. I kind of like that idea. Because it's kind of a mechanical way of expressing like power corrupts absolutely, right? You know, that whole but essentially you're just making it, what does corruption mean in this regard? It's like it becomes like a drug. Like, I want more power. I got to get the power back. I feel weak when I don't have it. I like that.
Shake things up a little.
What are we shaking up? I'd like to shake up a smoothie.
Put down the resistance.
Don't fire directly into the air, moron! That's a terrible idea. Those bullets will come down somewhere, and someone might have a very bad day.
Heroes don't run from fights.
Did Wiz run away to here? He was lurking last I saw him. And how you doing, Lil? We're fighting a robo-behemoth.
There's nothing we can't do!
He's still in testing, though, because he's the beta. You want to bloop bloop my ears? Aw, thank you.
We gotta win this!
Bro, are you using my potions? Those better not be coming out of my inventory. Runs up and punches things. It's so Snow. Thank you for checking out a copy of the Omega Report 3, The Alternate Theories by Dr. Valentine and Lucretia Crescent. Was Lucretia not a doctor? Just realized that. Someone needs to get Godot a copy of Gears of War or something so he can learn how to do this right.
No! We got trouble! No kidding. Stay down.
Whoa!
I told you, didn't I? Moms are tough.
Is she voiced by Jennifer Hale? So this might sound strange, but is this the game with the lesbian bike summon? Yes, it is! It does sound strange, but you're also correct. This is that game. Oh, her arm is out of that socket.
Get him home. Please.
Hold on!
What was all that for, if he also fell?
Come on! We have to move!
Right.
Would I like to save my progress? Well, I mean... could. Have I made progress? I do like how the icon always shows you who's in charge of the party when you save. So, oh, we're back with Saz and the Lightning, it looks like.
It's an out-and-out massacre.
Well, if you
Those
can't
people
kick
won't
you
even
off the
live long
train,
enough to die on pulse.
the important thing is they
was the
die.
idea.
Yeah, the important thing is they actually just die.
Sanctum logic. They conjured up the purge to eliminate a threat. I mean, why carry the danger all the way to Pulse? Why not just stamp it out here? Execution masquerading as exile. That's all the purge ever was.
You know, playing this game before those
Pulse.
Purge movies even came out
How does the
is really
government get away
funny.
with pulling crap like that? And you knew this was gonna happen?
The purge was SciComm. Private Sanctum troops, not the Guardian Corps.
SciComm, Guardian Corps. Soldiers are soldiers, aren't they? Pulse File C and their lessee. are enemies of the state. Tell a soldier to kill an enemy, and you really think it's gonna matter what uniform he's wearing?
Might have mattered to that one. Couldn't shoot. Got himself shot instead.
How about you? Orders say shoot, you pull the trigger? Fine. Forget I asked.
Wait. What?
Uh-oh. We're robots. The mermaid? Guys, how come you won't ever use a potion?
I appreciate it.
There we go. Now just watch what happens to him. Health just drops off this thing after you stagger it. Okay, it didn't fall down when we beat it. It makes me worried. Can we please maybe blow up or pull down or? Okay.
What's that?
That is Silent Hill. Just making your day just worse.
Attention, purge deportees. Attention, purge deportees. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Your removal is the will of the people of Cocoon. Should you attempt to flee, the Sanctum will employ every resource necessary to bring you to justice. This land is no longer your home. Cease hostilities and surrender at once.
Sarah!
No, statue. Statue Snow.
That's what you were looking for.
Yeah. Right in there.
The post-file C.
So, to clarify, that's not the Pulse File C. The Pulse File C is inside of that thing.
Don't worry. We'll be okay.
Isn't that nice to have a mom? Moms are great. Right?
Here.
Have a gun.
Oh,
Have a hug.
it's too much, isn't it? Face it later. Ciao.
Hey, wait!
That
You said it made you happy when I smiled, didn't you? But really, I was afraid. I was always afraid.
it's amazing how much like characterization
So, how do you figure that
Vanille
post-file
gets
C
in this early
is different
chapter
from the
that you don't
Sanctums?
realize how much of it impacts her character until way
All
later.
things being equal, I just as soon keep one.
Time to jump.
Yeah, I know. Hey! Hang on! What the? Hey!
This is a story being told by Vanille. Yeah.
Damn. she can do it, so can we.
So while it's an entire group thing, it actually turns out to be very much Vanille's story, and Vanille having to deal with issues and things like that. But the thing I love about the story is how much juxtaposition there is. That Vanille is such a complex character where you get the fact that she says one thing but does another and thinks another. And she constantly keeps you on the edge where you don't know what she actually is thinking or doing, and she really plays that well. And there's a lot of moments, but the best moments in the story are the ones where she finally breaks and gets to actually act the way she feels.
They didn't die. They couldn't have died. Of course not.
No, how did you survive that? Like Godot just pops his shoulder back
get
in.
a grip, man. What's wrong with you? Get him home. Get who home?
Him! Don't you watch the Powerpuff Girls? You're torn between liking and hating the way the summons are in this? Like mechanically or narratively?
What are you doing? So what are you afraid of, huh? You're supposed to be the hero. She's waiting there, ain't she? Your lovely bride-to-be? Isn't it about time you picked her up? Yeah.
Cause like mechanically, I'm with you. It's kind of a toss-up between how they work. I don't use them that much, just because
our ride.
I ended up just like button spamming whenever I ended up using them. But I'm not good with them.
How could they?
I don't think I've ever even used Vanille or actually, the only summon I think I've ever used in my last playthrough of the game was lightnings.
Standing there ain't gonna stop us.
Hey, we got new equipment. You sort of understand narratively that there's supposed to be a way for the character to confront and overcome their insecurities. Have you seen Vanille's summons ult animation? No. Isn't hers heck a ton of cherries? I don't know how to pronounce it. I know that's not how you pronounce it. That's the only way I know how to pronounce it. It's the way my wife and I have always pronounced it. Ever since, like, even in Persona games and everything, we just, it's a heck of a ton of cherries. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the ultimate animation for it. You just threw a grenade off to the side of the... Okay. There's a chest at the start of the area? I tried to look for one, but I didn't see it. I'm gonna have to go back and look then. God, I can't wait to get a medic in here. Once read someone say it looks like she's enjoying it too much. Oh, I might have to go look it up when I... I'm kind of curious now. found that one. I don't see any others. I think it was that one that we saw that had the power circle in it. Yeah, so Snow's whole thing... Oh, there was also a save thing. So Snow's whole thing is that he puts on different patches on his jacket, and that's what gives him his power-ups and, like, different abilities. So if you look in the battles, you'll see that he has, like, different
Don't go rushing in on your own.
designs on the back of his shirt. Right? Little hole here. Bet you there's something there. You know, the funny thing is, unlike a lot of games in the Final Fantasy series, this is the only one that I know of that, if you actually pay attention to it, explains why there are all these chests full of items that are upgrades and useful tools for you.
Look, there they are.
I want every weapon ready to fire. Stay sharp.
But we won't find out about it until later.
Right. Go!
See, that is how you do a sneak attack. I mean, he yelled when he started attacking, but they didn't yell before they started attacking. And now we have a weird examine thing.
That's a sad sound. Where's the soul?
I like how the laser things holding the statue
you
up.
Gotta save. You just protect them all, right?
Something on your mind?
Makes it look way more metal than it should be.
You got plenty of time for thinking on the way, hero.
It's gonna take like 20 seconds. That's all you need to think.
Yeah.
Just watched a vid of Vanille using Heka's ult and confirmed it does sort of look suspicious during one point. The vid was only not long. I can send a link to you in the Discord. Yeah, feel free to drop it in the Discord.
Ready.
I like their flying bikes look kind of like fish.
It's us. It's us. Don't shoot.
Snow!
Since when do you care about kids?
Favor for a friend.
Okay.
Hey, Snow! You made it!
Hey, yo.
We learned his name now?
So,
Hey.
you really managed to use that thing?
Guess not.
I think I'm done.
You're done when we are.
Ow, what's it?
That's the one.
Didn't you have something to tell him?
Yeah,
All right then.
but
I'll go with you.
What?
Thanks, Argo.
You have no idea what it was like. Oh.
I'll check it
Everyone
out.
safe?
The army's no match for Nora!
I meant the kids.
All accounted for.
Okay. Let's keep it that way, all right?
Really don't know what he would say to him. Hey, yo. Oh, now all of a sudden they're loud?
I'll swing by the vestige. Keep the kids out of trouble.
You got it. Say hi to the missus for me. You go skirt chasing, I take care of the kids. Some husband.
Dinner's on me.
Better be home cooking.
When's the wedding, lover boy?
Well, don't worry, none of you are invited.
We're still going.
Hey, you serious? What about me?
That comment is funny for a lot of reasons. If you're familiar with the trilogy. Hope. His name is Hope. Why did I keep thinking his name was Noel? Or Noah? Was there a chest or something I missed? There's a save point.
Stop running around, kid.
This to Nora. Psychom's nothing.
Where are you?
It seems like it would have something all the way back here, right?
Face my fear.
No one's getting burned.
Where are you?
Stay with your family.
What is your name? Do I have a data log on you, maybe? Characters? Pals? No. Elsie are existence beyond human comprehension. Possessed of incredible magical power, the ones responsible for Cocoon's construction are protectors of humanity, but there are others of their kind as well, the Fal'Cie, who dwell on Pulse and name themselves enemies of Cocoon. Humans who encounter Pulse Fal'Cie are cursed, turned into l'Cie in order to destroy Cocoon. It is for this reason that the most ordinary citizens support the Purge. Anyone who have come in contact with one of these Fal'Cie represents a dire threat. Of course, you know, they haven't come in contact with it. It's been inside the statue this entire time. No one here has even seen the frickin' thing. But, purge everybody. Also, we don't know what that guy's name is still. What about down here? With the chest?
We try to go as far as we can.
Nope.
Let's split up and find a way out of here.
Yeah, we'll split up in something, something, something. Stealing the bike!
You okay?
I want to tell him. It's just that...
Say, you know how to fly this?
Yeah, I think so.
Related topic?
In you go! That way!
Oh, you manipulative little punk.
No. If we go in there, that thing could... It could make us l'Cie. This is... I don't think I can...
You can do it!
What are you two doing?
Here we go!
Surprised no one else thought about doing that.
Uh-oh.
Ever have ADHD so bad you just randomly want to talk about something despite saying you're done talking about it? That's you. All I do on this stream is chat and yak about the most random stuff, so I mean...
It held our future. And our fate.
It was glowing. And pretty. And now loading. With a CD, despite the fact that we are not using a CD.
Now, where is the... Oops. Well,
Hope is a terrible driver. It's almost like he doesn't have his license. Probably because he's like 12 or whatever.
Guess it's just us.
What did you expect?
Random prayer gesture, strange.
Even soldiers know not to go near the foul sea. You become a pulse l'Cie, and you're finished.
What do you mean, finished?
Haven't you heard, Miss...
Vanille.
Huh?
My name. And yours?
Hope.
Perfect name for a depressed
Thank you.
kid.
What were we thinking?
Well, since we're here, let's look around. Oh, check this out.
Hey! Vanille, where are you?
And she just finds a thing.
Well?
That's,
This game is great on a replay because there's so many little things here that's like, this will make so much more sense later.
No daydreaming now.
Like, why does she know where this weapon is? Why does she know what it is? Why does she have 3 ATB gauges? Discussing with some friends how the spells have gotten made pacts affecting generations down the bloodline. Could result in something similar to Asimar, tieflings, living undead. Come up with pact curse to describe a person making a pact, and pact born to describe those born from the bloodline of those who have made a pact. Cursed born is a pact born who got a curse either from making a pact themselves or someone moving their curse to the person. I like the fact that it's like a genetic thing, that it's kind of a tied into like the whole the whole genetic line. Why is it a whip? That is a fantastic question. I assume because it was originally used for catching prey in like hunting.
Okay, back to exploring.
So you could not only just whip things with it, but you could also ensnare them with the hooks at the end.
Better stay close. Are you sure this is the right way?
No, but there's a chest over here, so shut up, Hope.
How are we supposed to get out of here?
Because it doesn't really act like a whip if you actually watch her. She uses it more like a fishing rod almost.
I thought this place was supposed to be empty.
Yeah, but there's little dudes. I like the little dudes. We have dual guns, a gun blade, a whip, a boomerang, I think a spear later, and then there's Snow with these hands. Technically, Snow has a cybernetically enhanced trench coat that boosts his strength to use those hands. But yes. So yeah, the lore behind this place is the fact that there was, you know, ages ago, long ago, there was an attack from Pulse on Cocoon, and it ended up blowing a hole in the whole thing. So Cocoon tried to patch the hole by grabbing up a bunch of like random stuff from the surface of Pulse and patching the hole in it, including this statue was part of it, this vestige to who knows what. Honestly, considering the fact it's a training facility for Lassie, if memory serves right. No, you're thinking of the Ark that we find later. The Arks are the training facilities. This is, I believe, judging by the fact that it's yeah, that's later. Judging by the fact that it's a female statue and the fact that the pose is used multiple times later, I want to say this is actually a vestige in honor of Etro. But it happened to have a fal'Cie in, like, the upper chambers of it. All enemies guard areas with limited vision. Upon entering the guarded area, there'll be a chance that enemies patrolling it won't until they take notice. Party limited covers contact. Yeah, we know this. Other enemies, like Zwerg Scandroids, have incredibly narrow vision and can easily be approached if unnoticed, and can always be advantageous to do so. Essentially, they're saying you can sneak up on them.
No daydreaming now.
And then you get a preemptive strike, which essentially sets their stagger at almost max.
Sorry. Take this. Yes.
Because you don't really find out in this game, but you do find out in the later games in the trilogy that the people of Pulse have a much more positive outlook on Etro.
No daydreaming now.
So I wouldn't be surprised if this was meant to be something to honor Etro originally.
You scared?
Not so much.
You really don't get it.
Pulse fal'Cie and Lassie are bad news. That's why Cocoon kicked them out. Live too close to the fal'Cie, one-way ticket to Pulse. That's the purge in a nutshell.
If they catch us here, They'll purge us too.
You are
And then-
already being purged.
What's my... Pulse is hell on Earth.
We'll be okay. Calm down.
Well, they didn't have a God King feeding them anti-pulse propaganda 24/7 for centuries. That's true.
Sarah! Can you hear me? Where are you?
Don't worry, Sarah. Your hero is on his way.
Pulse is hell on Earth. Hope you're not even on Earth. They mean Earth in like the terra sense, like the ground sense. Lowercase e, the element Earth. Positive to that outlook is the fact that it's not hell in the sky. Cocoon is what an artificial construct high in the sky, right? Yeah, it's essentially a artificial moon that floats above the surface of Pulse and was constructed by the Falsi Lindsay to protect humanity. Because while Pulse isn't hell on Earth, it is definitely not easy living either.
Bring it on! How about this?
And that's mostly because the original Falsi, the big one, Pulse,
Later!
adhered to a very Darwinistic viewpoint of like his creations. So his world is very much one of survival of the fittest. The strong are only fit to survive and serve Guinevelza ultimately. I do wish we could pull the camera back a little
Just
bit.
hold
though.
on, Sarah.
Yay! I think.
Still won't budge? I think the door's winning.
Why didn't I listen?
Beg your pardon?
It was me. This is my fault.
Beg your pardon?
Cover your ears.
Huh?
Beg your pardon?
Last charge? Oh wait, hold on. All right, hold. All right, go for it. Make it happen.
I'm so sorry. Please let me in.
Actually, Like she makes him cover his ears so he won't hear her say, "I'm sorry."
Hey!
She's very defensive of her badass, like, visual look.
After you.
Shrouds are single-use aerosol cans that can be used outside of battle and grant tactical advantages. Cortisol and Aegisol bestow bonuses at the start of battle. I believe one is ups your physical defense and one ups your magical defense, I think? Or, no, Aegisol is defense and Cortisol is offense? Essentially gives you brave and faith. The other one gives you protect and shell. Deceptisol, on the other hand, shields the party from enemy detection, eliminating any concern of being spotted and attacked. It is useful for avoiding combat, is also launching preemptive strikes. I use that stuff a lot. Enemies like Pantherans, whose field of vision allow them to monitor wide areas, typically turn hostile. Apply Deceptisol, you'll have no problem. Open the menu, press LB while exploring and select a shroud with left to right. Press A to use it. Close the menu without using a shroud, press LB or B. Shroud effects wear off after a brief duration. Just be sure to apply them.
Most folks can learn a thing or two about interior design. There you go, stopping off on your own.
Doggies! We are dogs. Bum 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 bum.
Yeah.
So yeah, essentially, everything Vanille says and does is like somewhat two-faced in a number of different ways, just because she conceals her true identity, her true feelings, her true everything. Everything she says and does is an act. There's only a few moments where you get to see like a little thing break through, a little visual kind of clues to what's actually going on with her. Things like the fact that she already has 3 ATB bars, and the fact that she never seems to respond to Hope whenever he claims that, like, how awful it would be to be a pulse l'Cie. All kind of hints towards what's going on with Vanille. Well, that doesn't even get into, like, what she's actually doing here or why. Or, like, what actually she's holding inside, like, hiding. It's tearing her up. Because, oh, she has a lot going on.
Think some kind of welcoming present from that first recon team they sent in?
But yeah, pretty much almost everybody in this game has essentially the face they present to the world and then their actual internal feelings. And pretty much the strongest part, I would argue, in this game is the fact that learning about those two sides and which is the truth and which is everyone's actual worries and stuff like that, and getting to know the characters. The plot overall is fairly simple. It's told non-linearly, very similar to Seven in that regards. Again, a lot of Seven comparisons here, but the fact that there's essentially a... I once put it that the story of this game is essentially the Lord of the Rings, but you never leave Sam and Frodo's side. But you still have to somehow convey what is going on at Helm's Deep and what's going on in Gondor and all that stuff without ever taking the attention, the focus away from Sam and Frodo. And that's essentially this game, is we follow this group of characters, but there is so much more going on outside of just the immediate periphery that we only get glimpses of and hints at. Once you put it all together, the story is much more complex, much more interesting about what's going actually on. But it's not something that's made immediately clear because, much like Sam and Frodo, they have no idea what's going on in Gondor. They didn't know what happened at Helm's Deep. Back until the end, they didn't know that Gandalf was still alive. So almost everything in this game is tied up with the idea of perspective. Yeah, let's get Gladius going. I don't have any magic, so why would I need my magic stats? So most of the work of this game, most of the things that really are like some of the strongest stuff are the character work, because you are pretty much with these characters around the clock through everything going on, which isn't necessarily like, that's where it kind of changes with 7 is a lot of the hard part with 7 is there isn't a lot of great character work in that story, where that would have been really what it needed. Luckily, the remakes of 7 are doing a lot more, a lot better on that regard.
If those things are still around, might be some soldiers trapped in here too. Except they'd probably be l'Cie by now. Huh? Not even human anymore. Just post l'Cie. Enemies of Cocoon.
That's the propaganda talking.
Can't show them any mercy.
Isn't that right, soldier girl? I like how Saz has the least reason to be here. Just remember, the remakes take place in a different timeline and lore. True, but they still handle the character stuff better than the original. Okay, the middle one has the dancing ball in it. And I like the multiple timeline multiverse thing in the remakes. I really am enjoying that plot point. But I'm a sucker for that sort of stuff anyway, so So what I'm hearing is you need a time-traveling villain to help flesh out a story. You know, you say that, but that's pretty much what this does in 13 too.
Nothing to worry about. Huh. How about this?
And Kaya's Ballad does make the shortlist for a lot of people's best Final Fantasy villain, I will say that. Like, even people who don't like the 13 games will sit there and, like, put Kaya's Ballad on the shortlist.
All right.
And Lightning Returns is just Majora's Mask reimagined.
Your heroes
You know,
on the
you're
way.
not wrong, but I actually felt like I could play through Lightning Returns. Majora's Mask always just stressed me out. I've never beaten Majora's Mask because I always just get stressed out with the whole 3-day thing. At least in Lightning Returns, you start with a week. And you have ways of easily slowing down time.
He is here. Calling himself a hero.
He's coming our way.
What should I do?
Stab
Tell
him.
me what you need to.
But nothing I say will change what happened.
Nope. Unfortunately, you take the
We
exact
could just
wrong message from
Run
that.
away.
Yeah, let's run away. The important thing is to run away from your problems.
Take this.
And I know it's a ways off, but I will say, since we already brought up Lightning Returns, my absolute favorite thing in Lightning Returns is the fact that you can actually hunt monsters to extinction. And they'll just stop showing up. Like, the only other time besides Lightning Returns I've seen that done is Undertale. I mean, it probably has been done in other games. Isn't Lightning Returns sort of a tokusatsu or magical girl system as well? Sort of. She gets different abilities by changing outfits. You can have, like, an inventory of, like, 3 different outfits that you bounce between. Change out your outfits and abilities and whatnot. many of which are wholly unsuitable for combat. Like, why, yes, I am going to fight the boss in a ball gown. What of it? Although the worst one, in terms of, like, fashion, is the fact that you can get the Moogle outfit. It's a DLC that you have to pay for, but it's almost worth it, because instead of being, like, a Moogle outfit, like, you're thinking, like Yuna dressing up like a Moogle. No. Lightning is just nude with Moogles. Actual Moogles just strapped across her body. I don't know if we have guild. Okay. I only made 380 gil this entire time.
Can't fight things like that.
Did I get the preemptive strike? I guess not.
Daydreaming now.
I thought I got him from behind. The upgrade system for this is so wonky. It is. Except I'm in an unfortunate position that I know how it works, because on my old blog where I used to write, I wrote an entire review for 13 defending it. This is not my first time I've argued in favor of 13. I actually did a whole post that broke down how the upgrade system works. So if I recall correctly, and I'd have to check, it's you use organic components like claws or hides, things like that, to up the multiplier as high as you can get it.
Do you even know where we're going?
No, I don't, because I think we just went in a loop. We did. And then you use the technological components, materials, like circuit boards and chips and things like that, to get huge amounts of XP upgrading. So the whole thing is, and then of course that consumes your multiplier, so you kind of just go back and forth between organic, then technological, then organic, then technological. Once you figure out the whole organic technological thing, then it becomes a lot easier. But the game is not very good at it, I will admit, and not great at explaining which materials do what. Kind of got to work it out on your own. Ah. Yeah, I went there. And it said no. See? Or did I just get turned around? Oh, I think I just turned around. Ugh, Vanille's my least favorite character to control in combat, or in the game, at least to walk around the overworld, because of the fact that her outfit has all the jangling beads on it. And it just drives me up the wall, honestly. No other reason. I love Vanilla as a character, but the little bead noise just drives me nuts. Aha! See! So these are Lassie who failed.
What are they?
Lassie who failed.
Yeah, what she said.
This is what happens when Lassie don't complete the focus the Fal'Cie gave him.
And to get the ultimate weapon, you need to kill a giant turtle and hope for the drop. I don't think you dismantle the ultimate weapon and get like 2 or 3 of the mats back.
Even these odds.
Yeah, the high-end upgrades start to get crazy. Like what you need to do. Because, yeah, to upgrade to the next tier, once you get it to maximum level, using the XP thing back and forth, you then have to use a catalyst to upgrade it to the next tier. And the catalysts are like the thing from the Turtles, which I believe is just adamantine.
How did you get in here? You gotta leave. Okay, listen. Find some place to hide and keep quiet.
There's the act.
Once I find Sarah, we'll all leave together. You'll be home in time for dinner.
You...
Wait!
Yeah, Snow just keeps saying the wrong thing.
My wife. Future wife, that is. She's a pulse Lassie.
No.
She's here somewhere, along with that Fal'Cie. I gotta find her and set her free.
What's wrong with you? Why do you want to help a Lassie? They're the enemy.
Huh.
How can you save a Lassie? You're not... That's insane!
Probably. But I gotta do something, right? I'll be back.
Should we wait around for him and hitch a ride?
I'd rather go to Pulse! Why is this happening to me? When they found the Fal'Cie the other day, we were just visiting Bodum. But the army took us.
Trapezohedron is the new material? Okay.
Because of that guy, Mom is...
Probably shouldn't leave them alone.
And he wants to help a Lassie?
His future wife, man.
Hey again.
You do it for your future wife?
Let's go with him.
I mean, Lightning,
You gotta talk to him.
weirdest freaking ship
you
in this
don't take
game.
this chance,
I do not
you'll regret it
understand
forever.
Lightning and Hope shippers.
Okay.
Like, I kind of get
Let's
why
go.
logically, like, because of the whole, like, what happens in Lightning Returns thing, but no.
What's gotten into you, soldier? Thought you came for a fight.
My sister.
Your sister?
She's a Lassie.
What? A pulse Lassie?
The Fal'Cie has her captive, but I'll find her.
Is she still... Hey, what was her focus? When she became a Lassie, what did the Fal'Cie order her to do? It wasn't blow up Cocoon or anything like that, was it?
No, it was
I didn't ask.
to go get Taco Bell.
Listen to me. When a person gets cursed by a Fal'Cie, they become a Lassie, and they get given a focus, right? How do I put this? If they don't carry it out, Lassie end up as one of those things.
Like how Saz knows a lot about this.
What I'm saying is, if your sister's gone that far, I mean, she might still... How can I... Oh, man.
Yeah, there's no good ending for
There's
the
no way
Lassie.
to turn a Lassie back into a human. Even if she completes her focus, there's no changing her fate. She'll live her life as a Fal'Cie slave. Don't make her suffer.
Just say it! Any Lassie, anyone who might ever become a Lassie should be wiped off the face of Cocoon. It's people like you that started the Purge in the first place.
Don't. This is a bit. These are all big situations where, like, lack of communication here.
To see,
like how they're actually just called ghouls. Why does this game have 4 giant turtle enemies? Because there's always a bigger turtle. Isn't that how the saying goes? You can just walk around him if you're smart. I'm usually not smart. They're not monsters, they're Jeff. They're all Jeff. Do I plan on doing all of the Seath Stone challenges? Probably gonna try at least. Well, it's gonna take a lot of off-stream grinding, but I do like them, so try them. Don't stand up. Aw, you stood up. For those who don't know what Argo's talking about, it's essentially in chapter 11, you get access to wandering around Grand Pulse, and during which there are large stones you can find that present you with difficult challenges to essentially complete the focus that a Seath. Because essentially, Seath eventually start out like this when they turn to Seath, but given not long enough time period, they eventually just become immobile rocks, crystals. And you can take quests from them and complete their focus for them, essentially. And those include some that are easy, some that are hard, some that involve, I think, essentially the super boss of the game. If I recall correctly. Still, I can't imagine the super boss of this one is anywhere near as bad as the super boss in Lightning Returns. That thing's a true monster.
I appreciate it.
Aeronite Plus or whatever it is? Oh god. I couldn't even, I could barely handle Aeronite, and then I find out, oh no, that's not the hard version. Dilly Dally Shilly Sally?
Sarah!
Oh, she's been sleeping. Cool.
Time to go. We have to leave before the army. What?
That's a Pulse brand. That
Yeah.
girl's a Lassie.
Yeah.
I
We've
already
discussed
told you
this.
that.
Pulse Lassie are the enemies of Cocoon.
So they should die?
Listen, if she fails her focus, you know how that'll end.
And killing her is a mercy?
Yeah.
You came.
Sarah! Sarah.
Is that my hero?
Let's get you out of here.
Hands off. I'm taking her home.
Sis.
I'm not your sister. You couldn't protect her. It's your fault she...
Save us.
Sarah?
Huh?
You can save us. Protect us all.
Protect us?
Save Cocoon.
Save Cocoon? Sarah, that was your focus?
Anything. I'll do anything. Leave it to me, you'll see. I'll protect Cocoon. I'll save everyone.
Somehow. I'll make things right.
You just relax.
Thank you.
And that's the last time we see Sarah. I mean, we'll see her in flashbacks still, but no, she's gone from the plot for the rest of the game. It's somewhat appropriate. She has the same name as the princess from the very first Final Fantasy, who you go to the Chaos Shrine to save, and then she's no longer involved in the plot for the rest of the game. I have to wonder if that was intentional.
Sarah! Sarah!
I like to think this means she completed her focus because she gets.
See who fulfill their focus are transformed into crystal and gain eternal life.
Eternal life, of course, being the fact that they are frozen in crystal until they get thawed out every time the freaking Fal'Cie wants something from
Dreams?
them.
She's not sleeping! Sarah's... she's...
She's alive.
No.
The legend. Remember the legend. Lassie, who fulfilled their focus, turned to crystal and gained eternal life. It's the same with Sarah. Eternal life. She's not dead.
She's just a rock.
Sarah's my bride-to-be. I promise to be hers forever. I don't care how many years I have to wait.
It's over! Open your eyes and face reality!
That's another line of dialogue that actually works better in the long term of this game.
Does becoming a Lassie really mean losing everything?
But personally, I like to think that Sarah's focus was she wants to recruit teenagers with attitude. I mean, granted, Saz is like in his 40s, but...
What is your status? Good to go. Resistance is under control. The assault proceeds as planned. Leave no trace. The pulse vestige never existed.
Now that I'm looking at it, it may have just been a vestige, like, as a monument to Pulse, like the god. I'll see. Because he is, on Pulse, he's worshipped as the Maker before he departed and kind of wandered off, and who knows where he is now.
What's happening?
It must be a Sanctum strike. Bring down the vestige and the Fal'Cie right with it.
Aren't they taking it back to Pulse? That's what the patch was, right?
All they care about is getting everything from Pulse off Cocoon. Dead or alive, it's all the same.
I like the realization, the fact that she wanted to join the Purge, Because it would get her to pulse. And now that she's finding out that it won't get her back to pulse, she's like, oh.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Trenchcoat, where you going?
Day with the Foul Sea. Got some things to talk about.
What? You gonna ask it to help her? Are you out of your mind, kid? That thing wants to chew us up and spit us out.
Well, what do you want me to do?
What?
Lightning?
Here we go.
Donut? Donut lady, come back. Oh, now all of a sudden there's guys here. They're all given like zombie names, like D&D undead enemies. You have ghasts, ghouls, wights. How can I open the box? 5 potions. Okay, what does the power wristband do? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do that. And we'll give you an iron bangle. So, lightning has more strength. Wait, what are you guys already doing down here? You're supposed to stick with me.
So this is the Foul Sea.
Sort of. Yes, it does look like a Roomba.
Sarah's a crystal now. You gave her a focus, and she did it. You got what you want. Now let her go!
And of course, Snow doesn't think to question what that focus was.
Please, turn her back. I'll be your Lassie instead!
Fine. You go on begging. Like this thing gives a damn what we want!
Lightning!
It's this thing's fault the purge started. And it's people who are dying. Sarah told us to save Cocoon. That means this thing needs to die. What?
See, she said she wanted to save Cocoon, but I don't think that's what her focus was. I don't think her focus was save Cocoon. I think her focus was get them here.
What the?
So yeah, now you get to see what a Foul Sea actually looks like. Like I said, it's a weird, like, mix between...
Come now. You really think you can kill a Fal'Cie?
I'm doing this for Sarah.
Mechanical and biological in some ways.
Dodge.
Ooh. Is that the name of the chocobo?
I'm in. As long as you don't mind an amateur.
Of course we don't mind an amateur. Snow's here.
Might as well use it.
Thanks.
Manipulators. Chocobo is... Shush, Argon! Shush! They don't know that yet! They don't know who she is yet! We haven't been introduced to the awesomeness that is Chocobogalina! Alright, fine, I'll attack the manipulators instead. Uh-oh.
I can't stop now.
That's what a game over looks like. Like I said, if the leader of the party dies, it doesn't matter. It's an instant game over if they die. We already saw this cutscene. Someone used true polymorph on the chick. I mean, I think that's as good an explanation as any that we get it. I think the only actual explanation we get is, like...
I owe ya.
Metro did it? And chaos was involved. Ah!
I owe ya.
Now we go back in. Load-bearing main character? Yeah, pretty much. That honestly is my biggest complaint about this game. I know people have a problem with like the hallway simulator complaints and everything like that. I don't mind that so much because I kind of get the narrative or like the thematic reasoning behind it. The driven to... the single path that they're fated to go to. Like, thematically, this hallway thing doesn't bother me. As a gameplay mechanic, I'm like, I can take it or leave it. It doesn't really break the game for me. What really drives me nuts is the whole, if the leader dies, then the whole game is over. Like, you have two people there, they have Phoenix Downs. I don't think, as long as there's a Phoenix Down in your inventory, it should game over. Doctor's code? From a Fal'Cie? We're in the chamber of the crystal.
What's going on?
There's a clock somewhere. See, I've seen arguments that this thing is actually pulse proper, like the Fal'Cie pulse. Not the Fal'Cie they were just fighting, but this thing appears in like when they get brought into the chamber, and Pulse himself brands them. As you can see, it has a very different appearance than like the thing they were just fighting. Of course, where you can control the characters, you can't use Persona. Yeah, I didn't like that fact in Persona either. So from what I could tell, that the whole thing turning into crystal and exploding everything means that the Fal'Cie that they were just fighting just completed its focus. Because Fal'Cie are so much like they're demigods essentially, it's turning everything around it into crystal.
When I couldn't see a future, and I was afraid. When the future was clear, and it hurt to see, I'd just close my eyes and lose myself in happier days.
Do I want to save my progress? Sure. And now we get our lovely little flashback. What day was this? Day 11. 2 days before the purge.
Great spot to watch from.
The tone of the music went 180. Well, I mean, it was a happier time back then. We're gonna go party. We're gonna have fun. Watch fireworks.
See you around. You know. No, but I want to. You just missed her. She said she'd be at the usual place.
Thanks, LeBro.
Thanks.
Sorry about that. Now, who'd you say you were looking for?
I completely forgot that it references that she was here.
Here goes. Making a wish?
Maybe I was. I was hoping that tomorrow I can tell my sister. She'll be so mad, knowing I hid it from her.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'll take the blame for you.
What, lightning? Getting mad at something? Nah.
You know, you should ask for something bigger. These are wish-granting fireworks, like in the stories.
Stories, huh? The sea who fulfill their focus. They become crystal and gain eternal life.
Would help if they gave you some clue about what you're supposed to do. We'll figure this thing out. You will never be one of those monsters.
So she's already been
So what
branded
will
at
I
this
be?
point, assuming the
A crystal?
armband is what's hiding it.
Yesterday at the store, I got us something. I don't know much about jewelry, but I hope you like it. I will stand by you, no matter what happens. I'm yours forever. Sarah. My one, my only. Will you marry me?
Yeah, so they don't have engagement rings,
Yes.
they have engagement necklaces.
She said yes!
I like that also implies the fact that, like, the whole "it was your fault" and blah 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 thing that Lightning says to him was he took the blame. He was not actually to blame. He was not responsible for it, but he was willing to take
Gotta
the
love
blame
these
for it.
fireworks. They granted my wish.
Your wish.
Before I asked you to marry me, I wished that you would say yes.
Then maybe they'll grant mine too.
What's that?
I wish to
Have the
travel
courage
through
to tell
time.
Lightning that I've become a lassie.
Hey, our
With a
engagement
Moogle?
is way bigger news.
Yeah, don't worry. She'll be way more
Oh,
pissed
man,
off
I
that we
can't
got
wait to see her
engaged.
face. She'll be my new sister.
Yeah.
You're just coming up with more reasons she's gonna be mad.
Whoa.
One of these days I gotta look up what the actual lyrics of this song is.
Hey, Snow.
Yeah.
Because they repeat, you'll hear it. We'll hear it like a dozen more times throughout the course of this game.
That was close.
Gorgeous. Our own private heaven.
All we need. Just you and me.
They are a cute couple. I will say. They are a very cute couple. And honestly, the lengths that Snow will go for Sarah throughout the course of this trilogy is heartbreaking. Also, those engagement necklaces that he got, I actually bought one for my wife when we got engaged. They make an official one over at like the Square Enix store. So we didn't do rings because neither of us wanted really rings. So I was like, what else can I get her? I'm like, oh, I'll get her that.
Sarah!
So was he dreaming the flashback? Is that what was implied there?
Is this for real?
Lake Brescia. Under Lake Brescia.
This must be Lake Brescia? Well, I guess we fell from up there. And the lake turned to crystal? Help me out here. I mean, did the Foul Sea do this? How in the world did we end up here?
How should I know?
We're alive. How?
Sarah! No one survives a fall from that high. Not without a miracle. Sarah saved us!
Sarah, listen. It's all your fault. She got...
Hey! Watch out!
He never tries to argue back that it's his fault too. Like, he is very much like willing to take
Welcome,
that
Raiders.
blame.
Thank you, Lunactus Inferno, for the raid.
BB, it's Lunatic Inferno. I don't know where you're coming up with these pronunciations. Hey, Lunatic, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Vicarian, the storyteller VTuber. We're just figuring out how we just turned into the worst enemies on the entire planet. I don't need the tutorial. Thank you. And now we're all insanely overpowered. Sure. We can cast magic now.
So we really are Lassie.
Looks like it.
You too?
Yep. Right here.
Okay.
Yeah, notice how hers is advanced further than theirs have? Almost like she didn't just get hers.
I don't even know you. But you have to go and attack that thing? Just leave me alone. It's your fault. It's your fault, You could have.
You're what?
All of this is your and Sarah's fault.
Watch it!
He's fine blaming me, but don't blame Sarah.
Sorry.
Everything is gonna be alright. You'll see.
We just need to get to Pulse.
Off we go.
See, huh?
Yep. We're all playing for Team Pulse now.
Oh, shut up. We're not playing for Team Pulse. We're, Jeez. So this was Anima. So it did brand us. So it was Anima that branded us. It was hiding in the Bodum vestige. It was brought to in the cocoon in the vestige centuries ago, but they had no knowledge of the stowaway. Nora. The paramilitary organization known as Nora is a capable group of like-minded youths assembled by Snow and self-funded by the operation of the Seaside Cafe in Bodum. I guess Antifa these guys are not. Functioning as a neighborhood watch of sorts, Nora members patrol the vicinity of Bodum for trouble. Most often, trouble consists of encroaching by dangerous forms of wildlife. Nora had openly acted out against the Sanctum prior to the Purge. Never openly acted out against the Sanctum prior to the Purge. Because of this, the military has been content to turn a blind eye to the group's activities. I want to say Nora actually stands for, like, no orders, rules, or authority, or something like that. The crystal stasis. Yet to spend an eternity as an immobile crystal is not so different from death. The people of Cocoon consequently fear being marked as a lessee, equating the fal'Cie's brand with a death sentence. Faced with the choice between eternal damnation as a Seath or eternal imprisonment in crystal, it comes as little surprise that many lessee decry their fate. The data log is apparently way less optimistic about the whole process than the legends would tell you. So we know on day 10, it would be Lightning's birthday in 2 days. So Snow bought an engagement necklace for Sarah. But Shiwori was marked as a lessee by day 10. Snow wanted to stand by her no matter what, and Sarah planned to confess. I'm guessing if it's in 2 days, then day 12 is when they confessed. And day 13 is when the exile happened. Okay, so we have Commando, Ravager, Ravager. Commando, Sentinel, Medic. So essentially the way the paradigms work is essentially you can change up how each of the characters works in combat by giving them a role. You have to level up the roles separately using the Crystarium. But each character has access at first, I think, to like 1 or 2 roles. Eventually you get 3, and by the late game, you'll have all 6 different roles. A brief rundown of what the roles can do. Commando builds... Commandos are good at building stagger. Ravagers are good at doing damage and excel at damaging staggered enemies. Sentinels are tanks. They essentially focus the attention on themselves and are good at like doing self-defense things to essentially minimize damage. Medics are healers. They heal. So the way it works is since you only have control of your primary character, in this case, Lightning, to get the others to kind of do what you want, you would switch between paradigms. And essentially, as you switch through them, you can customize the playstyle. So I have one where you have 1 person building stagger and 2 doing damage. Here you have aggression, which is 2 people building stagger, 1 person doing damage. And then you have Tri-Disaster, which is everyone doing damage. So a lot of times I would use on bosses or something when I'm trying to like wail on them. I would go into aggression, build up the stagger, and as soon as it hits, switch everybody over to Tri-Disaster and just unleash hell. If you need a moment to like breathe or something, get everyone back, you switch to Solidarity, you have a tank, you have a healer, everyone get topped back off. I cannot change party members at the time for some reason. But eventually you'll also get things like... Also, Ravagers tend to focus on magical attacks, which do more damage and build on things like that, where Commandos do more physical attacks and build stagger that way. A lot of the time, at least. Honestly, personally, I think the magical attacks to build stagger for Commando are better. Ruin and Ruin God and that chain than the physical attacks like Blitz and stuff. But, you know, it's to each their own.
Why me?
Alright, let's go back and check for a ball. No balls. I have to say, the Foley work in this game is actually really amazing. Just on, like, if you think the steps and, like, the different materials they walk on and getting different sounds.
Okay, if we don't know our focus, how do we complete it?
I think I saw it.
Saw what?
That is how a focus comes down, people. The Fal'Cie, they don't spell it out with clear-cut instructions. All you get is a hazy glimpse. Well, you know, that's what they say. You know, legends and all. Legends. Yeah.
Did you see anything?
It's all kind of foggy, but I saw this big, towering.
What? Wait a minute. Hold on now. Do we all have the same dream?
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok.
So, we all saw the same dream. We all heard that same voice.
Ragnarok.
You mean that was our focus? But how are we supposed to know what to do from that?
That's the tricky part. The dream's the only hint the Fal'Cie gives us. Figuring out what to do with it, that's our job.
Okay. We're Pulse l'Cie, right? Enemy's a Cocoon. So, does that mean that our focus is... Are we supposed to...
Save her.
Say what?
Our focus is to protect Cocoon.
What?
Really? Okay. And why's that?
Sarah told us.
I love the little
Let's
moments
do
of
it.
insightfulness you get
We're
for
all
her
in
where
this together.
she's less
I'm gonna look for
ditzy.
Sarah. She ought to be nearby.
I'll come too.
It's just kind of like, interesting
Wait.
theory.
Jeez. Yeah, that boy can't stay still.
Really?
The Crystarium tutorial. Having become l'Cie, the members of your party can now develop their powers and learning new abilities and improving attributes such as strength, magic, and HP. First, open the main menu. Choose the Crystarium. It's a pretty rose. This is the Crystarium, which allows you to develop your character's abilities in various roles. Lightning can currently develop as a Commando or a Ravager. Select Commando and press A. As you can see, the Ruin Crystal is illuminated. Illuminated crystals represent known abilities. Lightning can use the offensive spell Ruin whenever she is playing the role of Commando. The crystal next to Ruin is still dimmed, but by extending the line of Christogenesis. To reach it, Lightning can obtain the crystalline. You can advance the path of Christogenesis by holding A. Doing so will consume your Christogen points. See... Oh no, we are not calling it that. No. Why would you do that? Ever. Character development always requires... Oh god. Well, if that's a statement... Bold take there. Game. Illegal take is more like it. You're gonna go to jail saying things like that. Always? Oh god. Go ahead and advance Lightning's path through Crystal Genesis. Press A on the next line. Gradually consume... Consuming holding A until the next crystal. You obtain Strength plus 4 crystal, increasing Lightning's strength attribute. Do I realize how many games has had that as their... That does not make it better. It doesn't matter. It's still a bad idea. None of them should have done it. I can't imagine that usage is that recent that no one else could have possibly thought that it might be misconstrued that way. Normally you'll advance when you run out of... However, stop branching at certain points, like the Strength 4 crystal. To continue, you must press A and the direction you want to go. You have run out of that, so you Christogenesis cannot proceed. To develop Lightning further, you need more... Yeah. Characters earn after each battle. Once you have fought enough, return to the Crystarium to obtain more crystals. You can develop other parties in the Crystarium as well, if you wish to do now, or just push E to exit.
We need to find a way out of here. We can worry about everything else later.
I think even the new Digimon game,
I can't see anything
his
but
cross points
crystal.
being that. Oh, jeez.
Pretty and all.
There's got to be a way through here somewhere. Let's keep looking.
There's a lot of you guys over there.
I'll go scope things out ahead. Watch the others, buddy.
On that note, I think we're going to wrap it up for the night. Jeez. If it wasn't for the fact that it also phrased it the way it did, you know, it just... Character development always requires... No! Oh, jeez. We're at chapter 3, though. We made it to the 3rd chapter of the game. I think that's a good start for our first stream. Ah, that being said, for those of you watching on YouTube, I wish you all a fabulous night. Thank you for hanging out, whether you were lurking, whether you were chatting, or whether you were watching this on the VOD, really. Cyberpunk 2077 has an unfortunate abbreviation as well. Yes, it has definitely had that problem. And I've seen... There's a joke I see on Reddit, is that no, we do not abbreviate Cyberpunk 2077. We just don't. Let's see. For those of you on Twitch, however, let's see if we can pay a visit to someone. Hey, Mikkel is on. They're playing some Legend of the Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 4, which I am shocked there are that many games in that series. Because not only do you have, like, that installment from the Legend of the Heroes series, but you also have 4 iterations of that specific iteration. Yeah, let's go pay attention. Let's go hang out with them. That being said, we will be back on Sunday with Chrono Trigger. I know I skipped it last week because I was just dead tired from a lot of stuff. So, yeah, we're going to be catching up on Chrono Trigger, and then sliding in after it a week from that Sunday is our new Sunday game going in the place of Secret of Mana because we beat that. Slay the Princess, which I've been told I have to play. I don't know why. I've just been told that. So, that said, let me... Here's a raid message for those who want to bring it along. And I'll see you guys next time. Remember to respect Mikkel's rules. And we have fun. See you then.